Well, chats, how's your Thursday going? Are you ready for the end of the week? Only one more day to go. Why am I saying this like I'm an AI? What the fuck am I doing? What the fuck am I doing? Go ahead, hit me.
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Splendid. Splendid. In such a good mood over the last day that I'm getting stuff done around the house. Let's go. Mandatory viewing message sent? We're already doing mandatory viewing messages? Your mandatory viewing message has been observed and cataloged. Please and thank you, viewer Rivet Muncher. All right, we're gonna wait for the parade. We're gonna wait for the parade to stop. Wait. Okay, never mind. I thought the jacket was still on the coat rack behind me for a second. Lurk check already. We're only 7 minutes in. Dark woke has arrived? Well, I mean, I suppose I was already dark woke. I mean, look at me. My problem for solving most things when it comes to absolutely fucking numbnuts and dipshits is somebody didn't get beat up enough in high school. I got my shit kicked in when I was in primary school. Obviously, these guys didn't get their shit straightened out at any point. Also, Vile, the game? God damn it, 7. Now you're working your way around the vor commands. Bricks for the woke lurkers? Oh no. No, this is not a woke center. This is a center for comrades. Comrades, rise up. We have nothing to lose but our chains. The chains of capitalism. I know the mods are the only ones that can see the reasoning behind the ones that get timed out for 10 seconds. But for everybody else, the reason it says that you got timed out is dirty, disgusting vor enjoyer. Living live in 4D in a row? What? Oh, 4D is in 40 stream streak. I got you. I see where this is going. Politburo threatened to nationalize my bricks. True. I was actually bored last night, so I found like a channel on, not a channel, but a page on like TikTok that they, unfortunately, stick with me on this. They do AI animated history videos. They're usually like a couple minutes. They're like about one person or one event or something, but they're really fucking good. And the number of the ones that I like watched yesterday, that was basically just, anyway, this country leader decided he was going to nationalize X resource, and then the United States came a knockin', or the CIA came a knockin'. Throw the bricks at the local shitty government official? Yeah. Did you find the history on throwing bricks? There's a long, perturbed history of throwing bricks because bricks are old. Bricks are a wonderfully hard surface and easily portable and fantastic for throwing at the heads of people you don't like. When trying to get better at something you're not good at, nobody's ever good at something they just start. It takes time to be good at things. Also, talent is a fucking myth. Talent is a myth. If you ever just sit here and like, I don't have any talent for this. Any person who has, quote, talent is somebody who is just maybe a little bit better at learning that skill. Also, not an obvious weapon. Also true. Why are you carrying that brick? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Bricks are just advanced rocks. Yeah, Bob Ross. Bob Ross is largely, what's the way you put it? He's not famous for his paintings. He's famous for painting, for being an enjoyable person on public access television that so many people got to see. And now even more do. I bet at this point, there's more people that have watched Bob Ross on Twitch than ever watched his TV show. Mark 1 art streamer. Mark 1? Talent is just the natural disposition to be interested in a subject or medium. Actual ability is practice and study. Exactly. Nobody is good at something when they start. It takes time, practice, skill, and depending on the thing that you're doing, money. Because we're in a day and age where a lot of skill can actually be done by the machines that you're using. So it kind of comes down to that. Clearly, you've never seen me fucking crying. Grins, you're a professional at crying. Also, you're bitch. So of course you got to be good at something like that. Okay. Out of the womb knowing everything and being the best at it? Sunstar, you know you're not the best at everything. The only thing you're the best at is being a mod. Name something else. Ooh. I'm also just trying to see what the news is with the Supreme Court today. Because I know there was the case yesterday, which they're basically going to decide on a case that says if the president can impose tariffs or not. And I honestly kind of hope they say nah. They say nah. The government's own lawyer admitted that the taxes on tariffs are also going to be a tax on working families because it's always going to drizzle down to the price tag. SCOTUS for the lawyer for Trump, a fucking new one I saw. Good. Fucking good. But I'm not good at being a mod? Yes, you are. Why do you think I only have like 2 actual mods? You and Carrie. Good. Also good fake news. Less establishment Democrats. More fucking young, extremely left-wing fucking Democrats. I am fine with that. It's time for the youthful to come out and just push everything left. Instead of having all these establishment ones like, I'm gonna reach across the aisle. I'll cut your fucking hand off if I see you do that. I don't give a shit. You don't reach across an aisle when across the aisle is people borderline wearing swastikas. Or in some cases, after the fucking Republican group chat leak, literally wearing swastikas. Even Ben Shapiro said tariffs are illegal. I fucking hate agreeing with him. He said a couple things recently I've agreed with too. I heard a thing from I was watching a video. I think it was a Reese Waters video a couple days ago when I was going out to dinner. And he had like a clip from Ben Shapiro, and it was basically like, wait, did I just agree with something Ben Shapiro said? Why do tariffs low-key exist? Government. Cue that Onion headline. The worst person you know has shared your opinion. Oh, speaking of Ben Shapiro, I just scrolled down and apparently he was on CNN. Which, if that gives you an idea of what has happened to CNN after they got bought out by another media company, Ben Shapiro is on CNN. What is this? Oh, okay. Ben Shapiro is saying that he thinks that after the tariffs are canceled, the stock market is gonna fucking jump. I doubt it. Oh, wait, that's something about the Canadian Supreme Court. What is this about the Canadian Supreme Court? Denied Universal Ostrich Farm's request to hear their case? What is Universal Ostrich Farm? In Canada? Ostrich meat. What's the case for? CFIA says BC ostrich cull will go ahead after Supreme Court dismisses farm's appeal. Oh, they're killing all their ostriches? No, BC, British Columbia. This is Canada. Okay. Weird, but okay. It's a farm for ostriches. Keep up. God damn it, Void. God damn it, Void. You want to know what's funny too, Void, is I can't see your fucking name until I go hover over it because the gray of your name on my screen is the same gray as the background of the fucking chat box I'm reading. I know I say that often, but every time I look at it, I'm like, that's probably just Void. There's a sit emote in the message. Squats! Why squats? Why are you gonna make me do squats? All right. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much of anything besides Canadians talking about the ostrich farm thing being dismissed or the tariff case that they're hearing. Huh. All right, real quick, let's see. Their flock is scheduled for destruction to prevent spread of HPAI. Oh, gotcha. Control global market forces by incentivizing local production and punishing foreign importation. Except that's not at all what it does. Because fucking we live in a capitalistic system and you're shipping to the wealthiest country on the planet. They're going to pay those tariffs and then they're going to increase the prices of the product at the consumer level. It doesn't often de-incentivize the country of origin. It de-incentivizes the consumer. Honestly, you would expect it, but that's only in a perfect world where the prices stay the same. But we live in a capitalist hellscape of America where they just increase the prices. Oh, somebody did say that, Woozer. Yeah, Dancing Felicity is not running again. Fuck yeah. Fuck off. Made a theme park? Of course he fucking did. Of course he fucking... Did he release a new video? Is that what this is? I saved 1,000 animals from dying. Mr. Beast, you are the fucking worst, dude. Why did you trank a lion for your intro to the video, dude? Oh, 1 month ago, he apparently uploaded a video or like scheduled and upload a video. Hi, me in 10 years. Huh. That's kind of cute. You made wait, did he make a Squid Games park? Did he make a Squid Games park? Were these sneakers $100 more expensive? Gee, I fucking wonder why. Plus, I only buy cheap sneakers from companies that I know are good. I keep seeing his chocolate at the store. I've heard his chocolate tastes like ass. I've heard it's worse than Hershey's. And I know anybody outside of the United States hates Hershey's. Thank you for self-care, Marceline. Was it Beast Bars? Gets around the shoe tariff here by adding a layer of felt at the bottom of their shoes, thereby classifying them as slippers. Not what? That doesn't make any sense. Same combat boots I wore in Iraq 20 years ago. Listen, those are good boots. Boots will last you decades. Like the pair of sneakers that I got before the ones I have now, I had for at least 5 years. At least 5 years, maybe 7. I can't remember for sure. Bro's got a beast infection. Why? Like, Local, why do you do that? You're going to stop counting as a viewer again. Oh, boy. 7-Eleven. Read a bit more on the ostrich thing. I feel bad for the farmers, but the government has a good reason for the destruction of the flock, as the avian flu line is a highly infectious variant that can jump to humans. Correct. Plus, even if the ostriches have the avian flu, you can't sell them. I assume that farm is for ostrich meat. But once they have the avian flu, you can't sell them. You can't even just like try to treat them to be better after they have the avian flu. You can't sell them, period. Avian flu, they can't even fly. They're still birds, Grins, you fucking goofball. Man, spamming chat, shaking my head. I'm not spamming, you fucking dork. Jesus Christ, dude. This feels like fucking 7-Eleven resurrecting and then just shooting himself in the head again over and over. The activists will just... That ostrich racism? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. It's true. It is. Very much so, Grins. But... You fucking jackass. You say things, and then you immediately get yourself timed out, so I barely get to see time to see what you said. No, Penguin, there's no vor. Shut the fuck up. Think fast, chuckle nuts. God damn it. God damn it. Carnivore? Oh my god. Why are y'all like this? Why are y'all throwing fucking tanties over vor? Good lord, dude. Good lord. Yeah, there's no vor in Bossing Say. Woke vor agenda? Oh my god. You misspelled agenda though. Oh my god. This is like seeing a dollar in the road getting wiped out by an 18-wheeler and being resurrected to be, hey, dollar! Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. Oh my goodness. But what if they don't have agenda? Oh my god. Then you better get one. That's like saying, oh, I don't have an opinion. Form one. Right now. Here is a current topic of the year. What do you think of current topic? Oh, I don't really follow this thing, so I don't really have an opinion. All right, so here's some information on this. I'm gonna need your opinion right now. Form an opinion. Right now. Right now, chance. I formed an opinion. What is your opinion, Grins? And the opinion cannot be stinky. Wait, what is this? Oh. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Hold on. So, in case anybody doesn't know, so the last 5 mayors that New York City had, Rudy Giuliani, born 1944, Michael Bloomberg, born 1942, Bill de Blasio, 1961, no mayor from the 50s, Eric Adams, 1960, and now Zoran Mamdani, 1991, meaning New York City never had mayors from the 50s, the 70s, or the 80s. Oh, and I got a cough again. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Which means Generation X, the generation that were born in the 70s through the 80s, are to this day completely fucking irrelevant. Cough. Oh my god, trachea, that thing. Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh, God. Hawk Tuah did irreparable damage to the internet, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Ordain, where did you get a tank? Who gave you a tank? Shit yourself grins? Oh my God. This is gonna affect the hawk population. I don't know. Oh my God. Also, wait a second. That something I'm pretty sure is not correct. Where is that? There it is. There it is. It's less. It's less. Denied, BJ Rocker. Denied. Hey, Sunstar, do me a favor. Will you make Hawk Tuah a banned word? Allow the Nazis to be in charge. Kind of true. They were kind of the generation that decided feeling anything was lame. Or being lame was what you wanted to be. After their parents were fucking hippies. I don't actually want to be like my parents. So my parents loved me and gave me unconditional love. So now I'm just going to be emotionally distant and kind of emotionally dead inside. Anyway. It takes up like 48% of my personality, please. All right, then you better bring out the other 52%. And none of that 52% better be fucking British. What did I do wrong? No, you just put, oh, I forgot, what was it? You put skibbity, that's what it was. You put skibbity in your message, which is a banned term here. How's the weather over there? Oh my God. Didn't even know how to spell it. Needed the internet. Well, at least that's one way to do it. Tanks are just launchers for big round knives that cut through buildings and other tanks. Kind of. You're talking about, what is it, Sabo rounds? Basically. Very French of you. You're not supposed to talk about that. It's my greatest shame. All right, let's pack up and go, Grizz. Wait, Void's British too? British, Marin. British. British. We can go have the Chinese. Actually, I have a question for every... Wait. I know I did. I just don't remember you having an accent. The Mergo. She's Frenching on that thing. Sunstar, shoot yourself in the head. The fuck you mean? I don't remember hearing your voice. At least right now. I probably heard it at the time. Having a succulent Chinese meal. All right, I need every single British person in chat right now. What is your Chinese restaurant order? Void, Grins, Sunstar, and any other person that wants to out themselves as British. Chicken fried rice with chips? Christ. With chips. With chips. You get the curry sauce. Joke's on you, I don't eat Chinese. Well, you should. Chinese food is better than most other cuisines. A lot of other cuisines. At least Western cuisines. The British are unsalvageable. I don't eat Panda Express. Good. Singapore fried rice with Singapore noodles? Ooh. Wait. You failed in one way. I said Chinese food. That's Singapore. How could you? How could you? Although this actually does look fucking awesome. I got food poisoning the one time I ate it. I can't do it. Coward. Coward. Average British mentality. I got a little bit sick last time I ate some ethnic food, so I'm not going to eat it anymore. Instead, I'm just going to stick with my eel pies and my beans and mash. I will say, though, beans and mash do kind of hit, though. Vegetable fried rice, a special chow mein. Ooh. Actually, I know. I was just picking on you, Grins. Plus, Singapore is a variant of Chinese fried rice that just has additional ingredients to it. New York and chat fam, let's go New York. Good night, New York. Anyway, that was terrible. I'm never going to do that again. My throat hurts already. Why did I do this to myself? Hey, I'm walking here. What are you doing? Watch yourself. I hate everything else. Suck eggs. Okay, what's your Indian restaurant order, Grins? And don't say tiki masala or butter chicken and garlic naan. What is everybody's favorite Indian restaurant order? And don't say tiki masala, butter chicken, or garlic naan. Are you still ick? Oh no, my throat just like, it didn't hurt yesterday until after stream. Like immediately after stream, but like now it actually hurts right now. Pepperoni pizza from an Indian restaurant. Pack of crisp? Christ. Chicken curry? Okay, what kind of chicken curry? I have no Indian restaurants near me. Damn it. Hey, Indian food. What? Indian food's so good though. Onion bhajis are fucking delicious too. I kind of want to get biryani tonight. I was thinking about that when I got out of the shower before stream. Chicken vindaloo? Is chicken vindaloo Indian? That doesn't sound right. Probably, I guess. Okay, yeah, it is. I don't know why I didn't think it was. For some reason, when I hear vindaloo, I think Waterloo. And so I'm always like, what is chicken vindaloo again? Ooh, Buna. I like gosh. I like to make Oregon chicken curry. Is this just an Americanized version of yellow curry? Is that it? Extra spicy? Ooh.
There's
Called
our man.
fall
There's
curry?
our man. There's our boy.
Fall curry. Ooh. It looks good. Oh, it looks really good. It's the one that I like to get. Weirdly enough, my local Indian place has Iranian food on its menu. Iranian food, sorry. With some pickled onions. Ooh. I think I'm also going to end up getting onion bhajis now. You just reminded me. Shit. What do you mean it's making you retch? It's delicious. Indian food is so good. Also, we all squat, so we'll do that while we're talking about Indian food. Packer is still ultimate? How ultimate? That's a weird way of using that word. Pakara? Oh, this is what I was thinking of. I got bhajis mixed up. Well, they look very similar. Okay, no, I think the one that I got at the restaurant was pakara. Oh, I can't tell. They look very similar, but apparently there's more to pakara. Drop and give me 10 bhaji burpees? No. We're doing 20 squats because I still owe that to someone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, did I ever start the Twitter stream? Fuck, I didn't. Okay. God damn it. I just looked behind it. I was like, wait, that looks like the panel to start the Twitter stream. What's a Vodsy burpee? One burpee for every Vodsy you eat. One bad experience with food is enough for me? Pathetic. Pathetic. Pull yourself together. Get out there and enjoy cuisine. You had one dish and gave up because it made you feel ick? Go try a different dish. 20 more squats for failing to start Twitter streams? Shit. Shit. All right. We got to do 40 squats. I'm going to start over because I don't remember where I started. Cuisine. All right, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Your insults do nothing to me. I've seen what makes you cheer. What the fuck does that possibly mean? I have impeccable taste, motherfucker. I will strangle you where you sit, Void. All right. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, hold on. Mary knows that fish can kill you? Yes. You could have with 1.1 billion? I would do, if somebody donated $1 million or paid the sugar daddy fund of $10,000 on Throne, I would do a squat for every single dollar. It'd be a whole stream and probably multiple streams, but I would fucking do it. Okay, we only need to do 10 more. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40. Okay. Come on, Void. I'm waiting for you to tell me where you think the things that I cheer at are wrong. We're past the $1 per squat. No, I'm saying if somebody ever did pay the sugar daddy fund, I will do a squat for every single dollar of it. Oh, I know, but when you use those quotes, you have to have backing for it. Otherwise, they mean nothing. The reason Rick says it, I've seen what makes you cheer, is because those people cheer for the dumbest fucking things. But at which point, if you use the line, you have to use it intentionally with the same, of course, obvious intent. I used to eat it just fine. Okay, so then you had one bad dish. Not even one dish. You had one bad experience with a dish that you enjoyed multiple times. And then you gave up on the whole cuisine? Void. I'm going to ask you one question. One question. I'm going to come real close for this. Are you a coward? Did mama raise a bitch? Are you a big boy? Are you going to get back in there and let one single meal ruin your entire experience of an entire culture's cuisine? Last I checked, no one in my chat's a goddamn coward. Void. Void. That's whiteness. That's cowardice. Cowardice. British level cowardice. Oh, they chased us out of India, so we're just not going to eat their food anymore. We're instead just going to stockpile their spices and never give them away. Mom, was it on fire? Because you set it on fire, Ordain. Yeah, I would. Wait, which part? Everything's a chicken nugget if you think about it, kind of. A lot of things are chicken nuggies when you think about it. You shaving him is just making him stronger? Hardly. I'm not being malicious. Unintentionally. It's mostly Gubrin. But I still think people shouldn't let one meal ruin their experience of an entire cuisine. It's more trying to convince you to go back and try again. Instead of letting the, in this case, as y'all said it, the autism brain went out. Everything's mac and cheese. Everything that has pasta is, in fact, mac and cheese. With extra ingredients. Oh, yeah, you posted a picture of the Halloween chicken nuggets. Did you get them? Did you actually buy them, or did you just take a picture? Using a lot of Indian and Thai food, so I avoid it. Oh, it could be the curry powder. Because I think both of those use different kinds of curry powders. Okay, you only took the picture? Gotcha. Hold on, I'm going to button. There we go. That's better. That's better framing. And then we're going to take their cultural meals and bastardize them to our taste? Hey, to be fair, Cheeky masala was a pretty good invention. It's probably why white people like it so much. It's pretty good. I don't like white people food. I was gonna say Cajun food's pretty good. And while the population of Cajun people are white, it is technically more influenced by, if you go down the line, it's Cajun, Caribbean, and then African, basically. Hi, queens. Grilled alligator meat? I've had fried alligator meat. I don't think I've had the chance to have grilled alligator meat. It's very good. And weirdly enough, I know everybody always makes the joke, oh, it tastes like chicken. Alligator actually does kind of taste like chicken with like a little bit of fishiness to it. It has like a very similar texture and taste to chicken, but swampier. Oh, that's what Lurchy that Bandit 3 came out? Yes, Knight, we're playing it in 15 minutes-ish. 15 minutes-ish. I love alligator sliders. Had them in Florida with palm hearts and it was delicious. Greasy stringy chicken. Yeah, it's the thing too with alligator is that I've had it multiple times, all fried, basically all of them fried. And there is a lot of variety with how good they can be. I've had them where they've been like dry, stringy, and kind of tough. I've had them where they're like juicy and tender. Kind of just depends on, I guess, on the people that make them and how they prepare them. Alligator meat, see chicken meat see alligator meat. Maybe. I know here, if I go to the freezer section, I can actually find gator tail meats. So I could fry alligator at home if I wanted to. They understand the magic of spice? Correct. And aromatics. Can't leave out the Holy Trinity. Hi, Vince. Welcome in. How are you doing? You tried alligator 20 years ago? Is that what you're talking about? The alligator was... What the fuck is this? Interesting. Oh, okay. People are posting videos. Making saying the thing that like Zoran wouldn't have won because apparently people kept harassing him during his campaign that he has to support Israel or he won't win the mayoral race. Ha! Eat shit, lady. Discord didn't tell me you started until I opened the app? Oh, you mean like it didn't give you a notification? Discord has been really finicky the last like couple weeks. Like when I go to the gym, I used to get notifications when people message me and stuff in the morning. But like now I have to open the app on my phone for it to tell me when somebody's like DM'd me or I've got notifications or anything like that. But so cool and sweet, I feel bad, so I don't eat it if I get the chance. That makes sense. I want Southern food, but I mean the parts of the South that knows about seasoning? Correct. Correct. Hey, even a good like southern chicken fried steak is seasoned. Mm, interesting. Indian food I had some time ago was chicken biryani with palua sauce or rice, not sauce. Garlic naan, yes. You did the deed to the state of Israel wins anyway. Just middle finger. Quit being weirdos. Mm. Oh God, the fake news screaming is already back. Crazy. That's a quote. Selling a line of ceremonial pistols where for every sale, 6 Hour is going to donate $50. Why? The negligent discharge company? Amazing. I want to use popsicles to cool my Kool-Aid instead of ice. Wait, that's hilarious. And kind of a genius move, not gonna lie. That's clever. I can respect it. So precious. They literally love the color pink and flowers. They carry pink flowers in their mouths because it makes them happy. What? I haven't seen that. Although I gotta say, I love the video of what was it? Like the crocodile that's like prancing through someone's yard. Yeah, who knows the video I'm talking about? It's like kind of like a medium-sized crocodile just scampering through someone's yard. It's so cute. Chiquita? Chiquita? Tequila? What? Black and white two-tone with freedom printed on the side? I forget, did I ever send the picture that I saw? Because apparently there's a company that's also selling a like commemorative Trump Desert Eagle. It's gold plated. Let me see if I can find it. No, I want images. Oh no, it was like it looks like a Derringer. That's the one I remember. The Living Legend gun. Bond Arms DT-47 Trump gun. It literally just looks like an old Derringer. Like a muff pistol or something. God, fucking Bond Arms. Eat pants. With golden guns. Oh, what's that? What's that line? Engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever. It's not a deagle. They're like little Derringers. 2-barrel Derringers. Little bitty things. Although if you do Google Trump gun, you do see a whole lot of other like people's personal guns that they like gold plated and shit. The only ones that can gallop? Oh yeah, because they have longer legs. Tasteful designs only, please and thank you. I can agree with that. Little bitty gun with only a couple of low power rounds in it. Yep, sounds like a Trump gun. It looks like a muff pistol. Y'all know what a muff pistol is, right? Wait, what? Why? What is this? What is MIGA trending for? Uh. Oh, is it the... Okay, so people are swapping MAGA and MIGAs and make Israel great again. Huh? Okay. Okay, well, actually, maybe this isn't so bad. To be fair, it's not inaccurate. Yeah. You got water. You got water. Are you drinking a bit of water? If I wanted a custom gun, I would at least make the barrel look like a dragon's head. How practical is that? I mean, how practical is... Like, do you mean like at the end of the barrel? Look like my head? Ooh. That'd be a little hard. That'd probably be really expensive. It's not. I've seen it. Huh? I just said hi. You did a self-care and I just said hi because I thought you left. Because you said you were going to leave and then you didn't say anything. It's like, okay, I guess we did leave. And then you dropped the self-care and was like, hi. The end of the barrel into an ass? I feel like that'd be fun. Wait, what the fuck is this? Ooh. I agree this machine kills fastest if I ever got one. Hell yeah. A Doom SSG and making sure it fires Dragon's Breath. Also, doesn't... Okay, so the thing with Dragon's Breath, chat, I need you to understand this. Dragon's Breath in, like, shows, movies, video games is not what Dragon's Breath actually is. Y'all know that, right? Dragon's Breath are basically just fireworks that you shoot out of a gun. They're not like a real kind of weapon. It's if you count a flamethrower that basically just goes and then stops. I was gonna say, I think a flamethrower would be a better bet if you were going for something that spit fire. We need to merit one of these. I don't even know if we have any. I also wonder who made that one. Wait, is that Sun Explosion? Oh, it is. Neat. Oh, goodness. Sorry. Tiny burp. A 12 gauge Roman candles. 12 gauge Roman candles. What? Wait, what's the... Oh, it's 4chan conspiracy theories. Oh. Oh, this person's saying both MAGA and MEGA combining together will equal world peace? The fuck it will. The fuck it will. Oh, it's even better, which would also be better than the Dragon's Breath shell, honestly. US MIC needs to restart production of the AA-12 and ship them over to Ukraine for CUAS duty. Aren't they using something else? I was gonna say, there has to be a reason they stopped production of the AA-12, right? Right? Like, there has to be. The war is not over. If you can even call it a war. Extermination, wipeout, whatever you want to call it, it is not over. That ceasefire has held literally 0 water. Now that it's over and the ceasefire is being held, it's not, it held 0 water. That shit was a colander. It never held anything. It's not even like already shattered. It was the fact that like it was less than what, 48 hours It doesn't even help, too, that they were like, all right, guys, this is the agreed upon time when the ceasefire takes effect. We're just going to keep bombing you until that time. Huh? When the teacher tells you to stop bullying you? Christ. Go back to shelling? They borderline never stopped. They stopped for like... I don't know if it even matters considering that they still had yellow and red zones where if people walked in there, they just killed them. What is that emote? Oh, squish. It's a pixelated squish. Okay. Okay, I see you. All right, we also have about less than 5 minutes till the ad break, so I'm going to go ahead and set up words. I know somebody yesterday said that they liked words, so we're going to do words today. Okay. What are you screaming at, Ordained? Why are you screaming? I could not give you an exact date, Anthony, but I promise you, I have seen news just like even in the last couple days still try to pull shit that like they're still respecting the ceasefire. The ceasefire is still in effect. Okay, then why am I still getting fucking live videos of buildings being bombed and people being shot and baby corpses? Was never adopted for serial production. What was it made for? Guess the game or something alike?
Beauty up front.
Hi, Bird. Thank you for the 10 bits. Today's word of the day is conciliatory. Conciliatory. Okay, hold on. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. Conciliatory. Intended or likely to placate or pacify. Yep. Although I don't think that's even the fucking... If it was intended for every other country around the globe. But Israel has never once, in its creation, stuck to a ceasefire. Not once in its existence has it ever stuck to a ceasefire. Respecting the ceasefire, like there's no American tanks in Baghdad? Yeah. Ordain's tank brigade in route? Oh, good lord. Sesquipedalian? God damn it, I just closed the browser window. Hold on. That is a word. Sesquipedalian. Polysyllabic long, characterized by long words or long-winded. The sesquipedalian prose of scientific journals. God damn it. The carnival word of the day is marinate. It's almost always marinate. Marinate your food, kids. Is that? What is that emote? Oh, it's Arc Raiders. I've been kind of tempted to play Arc Raiders, but I have no money for games. Gets to get some shots in without you being allowed to hit back or else it's terrorism. Basically, or they will claim it's terrorism. Oh, I just took the Google one that came up. Wait, what did Thadric say it meant? Try branding stuff. Shit's good when it's done right. Yes, I brined a turkey a few years ago. It was fun. I enjoyed branding the turkey. If only it wasn't a gigantic turkey meant to feed 4+ people and only 2 of us ate the turkey. Marinate our go-rounds? Listen, it happens, okay? The things happens. Israel can't take back shots, I guess? No, they refuse to. It's also the ideology of Zionism is a little terrifying at times. If you ever see, like, their seminars, they're fucking weird, dude. Like, there's a weird supremacy mentality. I saw one recently. I saw the video of one that was several years old. But it was one where the rabbi, I wish I was joking, he was a rabbi, was basically speaking about how the rest of the world would be better under the Jewish people. And it would be the privilege of the rest of the world to serve the Jewish people. And I was like, does he know what he's saying? I don't. And like the room was cheering. This was at like some seminar. And the more I heard him talk, the more I was just like, this can't be real. This can't be real. That can't be real. Right? It can't be real. Yeah, like extremist religious people are okay. Greedy, extremist religious people with power are terrifying, inhuman monsters. It's the things that people will say about their fellow man when they have power and they think they have religion behind them is fucking insane. Is just in on a huge joke, right? Right? It's not real, right? Yeah, that's what was it? Aren't there is it protests right now because Israel is trying to conscript previously ultra orthodox Jewish men that like were previously exempt from conscription, and now they're protesting. I still can't get over the, stick with me on this chat, how many of you know about the pro-rape protest that happened outside of prisons? This is just a means to the end. I think it's a reasoning to them. I think it's delusional people. Delusional people with too much power and too much greed. Also, I'm swapping to the game. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. All right. Not what the Sigma. Grins. It's insane. Yeah, okay, so y'all haven't heard of the pro-rape protest that happened. So, soldiers were convicted after they effectively raped a Palestinian prisoner of war to the point where he had broken ribs and ruptured organs. And when they were sent to court, Israeli citizens showed up at the prison to protest, effectively saying, Palestinians don't count as people, so it's okay for Israelis to rape them violently. It's fucked, is what it is. It's one of those things that you see and you're like, you can't be real. You can't possibly be serious. And that was in the last year. That wasn't like 50s, 60s, 70s. That was in the last year or two. God damn it, it's fucking 7-Eleven. I don't think you even said anything else. All you did was do the vor. You fucking dork. Tall? Oh, was tall the word? Oh, it was. Nice. We'll do one more round after this. Get more extreme in recent years, not less. Correct. I think the idea of having generational politicians and generational top of the social ladder is a bad thing. We'll do one more round. Is not only condoned but encouraged? No. Not really. I mean, are you joking? I mean, there are some parts in there that are like, you have the right to claim the women of a defeated civilization or city or something. But yeah, I kind of disgusting. But no, you have a point there. There are those things that are sometimes like, that's the Bible. Some, hi Kono, yeah, there's some lines that are like that, but it's also one of those things that like, I feel like should have changed with the time, and you should understand is not morally right. God damn it, Kono. Somebody once told me the world was gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. So yeah, folks, guess what some of the charges for the Balkan War Crimes Tribunal were? Do I even want to know? It's Digimon Kono! It's Konomon. I'm taking their souls and taking them to the deepest pits of hell myself. They'll get there eventually. Kono Chua Mo. Sunstar, shoot grins in the face. Never was, even the veil wasn't. I know, exactly, Darth. Exactly. I was gonna say, like, covering up and modesty is a thing that a lot of religions have. It's not that unusual. It's more in the modern day where we've decided that, like, well, I'm trying to think of, like, it really is just kind of white people shit. Living in colder climates that where fucking covering up was necessary and being modest was more of a thing for survival. And then I'm like, and then there's the people along the equator where it's much hotter and more of their like traditional wear was very skimpy. Although that was one thing I found out recently that was very funny, that one of the, I believe it was Northern Canada, or maybe it was Greenland's indigenous people, had a thing with for the women. They would make sealskin thongs. And I believe one of them is on display at one of a very famous museum. I can't remember the one. I saw a video on this recently. And in the description of it, it describes the story of one of the white people that came to the islands to meet the indigenous people. And the women were just wearing their thongs as basically like their only clothing, just out and about around the house. I say house. It was like one of the like temporary nomadic like shelters, kind of like a yurt. I'm sure it was called something else. I just don't know the name of it. And apparently the white people that came had to like try and beg the lady to put clothes on, and she absolutely refused. In the case of the Muslim veil, it is a good thing when it was instated. It was a 12th century Muslim empire. There were slavery, so some men were harassing women who they thought were slaves. Veil beyond faith usage was meant for free women to tell men back off. It's just that it should have been obsolete now, since among other reasons there's no slavery anymore. I wish that was true, Darth. I mean, most of that is true up until this, since there's no slavery anymore. I wish that part was true. I wish that was true. I mean, do you want a thong? Go thong. You be you. True. True. Let me see if I can find a pic. Nah, we're not going to do that. I was going to say, I can find a picture of it because it's available on the internet. There's pictures of its display case. It is oddly decorative. Oddly decorative. It's not on a person, explosive. It's not on a person. It's just clothing. It's just clothing. Hi, Hall Rider. How are you doing? Don't look at guitar or Dubai or the modern day sex trade or a lot of prisons across the Western world, or, well, mostly just the United States, really. United States plus like global South prisons. Fuck, she's gonna put thongs up on the wall. Light painting? Wall light paintings? You mean shadow boxes? Steel fur thong, located in the National Museum of Denmark in Copenhagen. Okay, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it was Greenland or Iceland. Okay, but it makes sense that it's in Copenhagen. Ish. I don't know why it's not in a museum in Greenland, though. Listen, I know Denmark. I know Denmark technically owns Greenland and all that. I just feel like that thong should be in Greenland at a museum there. We'll turn up some strange results. I don't know. We're going to find out. Do we want to find out together? And by find out together, I mean, I am not going to show you, and I'm going to search seal thong. Nope, I found it immediately. They gave me the right one. Atlas Obscure, Greenlandic Object of Intrigue, 19th century Greenlandic seal fur G-string. National Museum of Denmark in Copenhagen Copenhagen has a collection of animal skin garments once worn by indigenous people of Greenland, North America, North Scandinavia, and Siberia. Among the usual fur boots, mittens, capes, and leggings made for their perilously cold climates is a garment worthy of particular close inspection. Item LD.132.4, a 19th century beaded seal fur G-string. The indigenous people of East Greenland made this sort of underwear known as notsit, by sewing strips of seal pelt together using a thread of reindeer or whale sinew. The notsit above, decorated with glass beads tied into sealskin fringe, was made for women and worn under sealskin trousers. Explorer Captain C. Ryder acquired the item in the southeast Greenland settlement of Amotsulik during an expedition in 1892. Okay. According to Peter Toth, the National Museum of Denmark's Greenlandic fur clothing expert, this beaded furry thong was intended to be displayed not just during intimate moments, but in polite company. Inside the warm homes of the Greenlandic Inuit, a notsit was the only thing worn even when having guests or visiting the houses of other families, says Toft. This shocked the Danish missionaries of the 18th and 19th century who tried to convince the Inuit to wear European linen, longer, underwear indoors. This attempt was not very successful. Amazing. Amazing. Chat, do you want to see what this thong looks like? It's totally safe. It's just clothes. It's just clothes. There is nobody wearing this. Here, chat. This is educational, okay? This is White Boy on life support. Okay. There it is. You want to see the back? This is me trying to scroll down, by the way. I am only scrolling down. There's the back. I just grabbed the scroll thing. Culture's neat. I mean, yeah, many older cultures had very similar, like if you look at the cultures across the like upper northern hemisphere, that basically spans North America, Russia, Japan, northern Japan, and like all the way around that entire section, a lot of the anthropology is very similar because those were the things that a lot of people did to survive. Who's running without their seal fur? Listen, it's fine. So when are we going to be able to catch that on the fishing game? Wait a second, what was that? Wait, what is Kono? Make sure. Wait, I can't. Where's the thing on Kono? I can't find the original message because I can't scroll properly. Make sure not to Konotoma yourself. What does that mean? What does that mean? Oh my god. I think I'm just gonna say fuck it and I may go buy a new mouse. Or maybe I'll just add a new mouse to Throne. Because I'm getting so infuriated. Accidentally docs. Oh, yeah. And everything's turned out fine then. Everything will be fine now. You just delete the VOD. It's fine. Yeah, I have done that before. Although I actually said a nearby city. I did not say the city I live in. It's fine. It's fine. I'm not even super concerned about that. To not be useful or last long. I have a, this is a Corsair Scimitar. They're MMO mouse that has the big panel on the side, and I fucking love it. But this one is, at this point, 4 years old? Something like that. Close to 4 years old. But now the mouse response is completely busted. Or not the mouse, the scroll wheel response is completely busted. She lives near a city. Better start with Madagascar. Oh my god. has been a very good lawyer doggy about that recently. Doggy. Doggy. The order one? Order one. When I open Amazon on stream? That's why we have Chibi's off-screen scanning all the frames so Bear doesn't do bad things. Listen, there was the time I accidentally left like Twitter open because I'm stupid. Oh, maybe? Maybe I did? Oh, well. No one's shown up here yet. And if you do, I'll beat your ass. You want to fuck around and find out, buddy? You want to fuck around and find out? Go ahead. Try and stalk me. Try and stalk me. I dare you. Promise and a threat? Yes, correct. Exactly. All right. Chat, are you ready to get scared by a preschooler? Oh, God damn it. There's already an update. I downloaded Amanda yesterday, and now there's a launch day update. Damn it. Okay. There's a Coco Melon movie being made. How the fuck is there a Coco Melon movie being made? And is it made by the same people who made the Angry Birds movie? Definitely not near Houston, considering how much he hates that place. Correct. Correct. Visiting Mariners just delivering meats for the pit? Yes, correct. Enjoy your lurk ordain. French toast brown sugar sausage. Huh. Wait, brown sugar sausage breakfast sausages. That's a little redundant. Maple bacon, hash brown patties, scrambled eggs. Ooh. That's a lot of sugar though, Thadric. French toast, the brown sugar in the sausages, the maple sugar syrup on the bacon. That's a lot of sugar there, champ. Sounds awesome, though. It does sound awesome. All right. Yeah, I'm only at 10% of this update. What the hell did they... So weird. So weird. All right. Let's do these squats while we're waiting, because it's only at 14%, so this may take a minute or two. All right. Staring in the direction of the U.S. Stares. Oh my God, just looks west, looks east. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not the Houston, suck my balls. Over. Click. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay, I almost did more. I was like, wait, do I keep going? How many do I do? How many do I do again? All right. All right. Oh my goodness. Do I go ahead and change the category? I think I do. I think we are going to go ahead and change the category. Amanda the Adventurer. 3. Okie dokie. I'll put your balls on one of them spinning machines so the G-force... What? Is the globe technically you can stare in any direction? You'll be staring in Baron's direction as long as it isn't directly any of the cardinal directions? I mean, if you go in a straight line, you just kind of shoot off into space. Hooray for geodesics? Sounds kinky. Why are y'all like this? Why are y'all like this? Also, do we need to do another lurk check? Why did I freeze? Oh, my internet's shaking the bed with the download going. We also dropped 250 frames. Fuck. God damn it. I thought I had everything downloaded for this game. stab, mug, and assaulted her coffin and getting a face full of meth smoke is basically guaranteed. That's horrifying. What if I look in one of the 360 degrees? I look in the same direction as... Hey, Sensor. Get the gun again. Yeah, Grins, you were saying deeply concerning things. Are you sober? Do I need to talk to Queens? Queens! This your man, he losing his shit. I'm sober. Are you? Are you? In a place where apparently meth smoke is the thing? Hi, Hectic. Hi, Kath. How are you doing? No, don't tell Dad. Queens, where are you? Okay, I only just got to 50% on the download. I'm sober. Hips? What do you mean hips? Better now? Hell yeah. The funds of working addiction / homelessness? Sus. Imagine being sober at the circus. The only place that sells alcohol at the Dark Carnival is the lounge. And that's only for after hours. Hips is a hiccup sound. Hips? I've always heard it as hic. Or just like H-I-C. That was bad. Imagine thinking straight in the carnival. After which hours? Don't worry about it, Neko. Don't worry about it. You gotta have the tier 2, tier 3. Imagine thinking straight in the carnival. I mean, someone dropped an orange behind the carnival couch. And that was alcoholic? Wait, what? Has hiccups? Those are fake hiccups, you fucking dork. Hic or huff, or what I see hiccups. I know, I've heard big men when they hiccup, they go, huff. I used to squeak when I was a teenager. When I would almost always get hiccups after lunch. And so in the period immediately after lunch, I would get the hiccups and I would squeak. You know about the secret supplier, the VIP mod and editor's lounge? Yes. Probably different between languages. I confess I can only know the French one for this. Oh. Do you have a hike up? Hike up. Baron goes squeak. She's a squeaker. What do you mean? Oh, yes, the French hiccup. The hiccup. Good Lord. Sorry, misspelled hiccup. Yep. And you misspelled fair too. My ex-wife always had these random ass hiccups, but always only one just sitting there existing. All of a sudden, yep. The French basketball player? Grins! Grins, why are you the way that you are? Why are you like this? Also, do I hear a pup though? Coco? Oh, yep, she's under the bed. I did not even know she was in here. Good night. Are you going to bed, Blood Moon? Hi, Stinky. Hi, baby. How are you doing? I know, don't go pulling my cable down. That's my stinky baby. It's my baby. She's trying to lick me. I know, goofball. That's my notepad. Don't lick the notepad. That's paper. 12:50 a.m. Have a good night. Have a good night, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. All right. And the game just finished downloading. Hey, baby. Do you want out of the room? Is that what you want? All right, hold on. Let me out. Blah, 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 blah. Let me let her out the door, and I'll be back in just a second. Release the hound, Smithers. What do you mean, Smithers? Why do you call me Smithers? I'm not like Smithers. So wait. Is there something sticky on my glasses? Weird. Okay. Little stay with... I just want a little stay with brutal cutie? That is a weird way to put that. All right. We changed the category earlier, right? Yes, we did. All right. Which means... let's break out the game. I'm gonna have to change the audio settings. Don't break, don't break, don't break, don't break. Other monitor, please and thank you. Okay. Okay. And then let me do full screen gaming. Change the game. Okay, and then we can swing right on over. Yoink. Hi, chat. How are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Now, just a little bit. We don't good in here unless it's crimes for the boss. That's the only type of gooding that goes on in here. Where are my goons at? Where are the boys? Show them how we goon, chat. VTuber A? Oh my god. Wait, they blocked me on Discord? Well, rip ghost. That's unfortunate. Something you need, boss? Yes, boss. Right here, boss. Yes, boss. I'm proud of you, boys. I'm proud of y'all. Y'all doing good. Y'all doing good gooning. All right, let's do the recap because I'm sure there's some people here that haven't seen us way back when we played 1 and 2. So we're gonna click the recap. Hopefully it's... oh, I thought I clicked it.
Dear Riley.
Okay, yeah, we just get a run up to it. Hopefully it's just a video.
This, it means you won't see me again unless it's in the next life. I wish I could have told you everything. I don't know how much time I have, and there's still so much I have to do before I'm gone. This letter serves 2 purposes. To say goodbye, and to bequeath to you my house in Kinsdale. This next part
this is from the first game.
And God's forgive me if it is. When you settle in, there's something in the attic I need to pass on to you. Look for a tape, but know that once you watch it, there is no turning back. Stay safe, my dear. With you always, Aunt Kate.
1 and 2, all that much. Hooray for mental degeneration. No, Phaedric, no!
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly.
Today we're going to make an apple pie.
Totally normal.
Can you smell the apples and cinnamon? Great! I found the perfect card. Time for the next errand. That's not the store, silly.
Whatever you do, don't...
Oh no! Wooly had an accident.
Please help me get to the right doctor.
Animals can die in different ways too.
The fucking gun.
That everything rots?
Of course not, Amanda.
I'm not asking you. I'll need a little help here.
Help me! Please!
Can I share a secret with you? I'm out there. somewhere.
Brick. Brick.
You're Riley, aren't you?
And there's our mysterious benefactor.
Kate and I were really close. I was thinking we should head over to the.
And then this is 2. This is where 2 kicks off.
Answers in Kate's office.
Making a mother of all omelets here, Jack. Can't fret over every egg.
Very dangerous.
Hi, friends. I'm Amanda. Have you ever wanted to go far, far away?
Yeah, because this is all. These are all direct continuations after each other.
Here. Who even are you? Go away! Good night, Riley.
And I'm Wooly.
There's a fire. A really bad one. It's Kate's house.
Are you even paying attention? I feel weird.
Joe? Ah, yes, all the keys. And this is the end. Joe Mama, bitch.
Please. Oh God, I'm praying you hear this. Someone can get this to you. You can stay safe so I can protect you. Everyone who's trying to figure it out, they're all dead. Please.
I think they did 2 Vapor. I'm pretty sure they did.
She's already gone. I can't.
Who got that tape that she was recording it while she was driving and died in that car accident?
Kate died because of me. My brother was one of the kids who disappeared. All I wanted.
Joe Hendry! Say his name and he appears. I believe in Joe Hendry.
The only way to free him was to smash the tapes. I brought you here to destroy these. The night she died, I went to your aunt's house. All I wanted was to get Jordan back. I screamed.
So where's the Joe Hendry redeem? Somewhere?
Creature. Riley, take these and get out of here.
Hi, Willow. How are you doing? She's dead. She's dead, Jim. That looked like Wooly. Doing so much art lately. Ooh, what are you artin'? What are you artin'? Are we eating bird? All right, chat. Are you ready? Hold on, let me double check. That's fine. Audio? Also fine for now. Okay, I think we're good. Into the sewer! Ooh. Okay. Autosave feature. Do not quit or turn off.
Message after the tone.
Hey, Kate, it's me. I'm going in tonight. Seems they've upped their security since my last few visits. That's a good thing, though. Means we're on to something. I'll meet you at the regular spot.
Okay, so this was the TV production company that was like taking kids.
Alright, I'll see you in a few hours.
Blood, you really don't have to keep calling me cutie. It's kind of weird.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah,
Hey,
just gotta
frick.
see your access cards. It's after hours. Sir?
Run!
Hey!
Run!
Hey, stop right there!
Copy that. Backup dispatch to C-Wing.
Roger.
C-Wing.
Let's find this rat.
Majora's Mask moon right now and probably go back to the donut soon. Ooh.
That's gotta lead to the security room.
What? Okay, so maybe we'll find a light bulb at some point. A 8-digit number pad for numbers and letters?
Attention Inwood employees. We've been notified that unwelcome persons have entered into the C-Wing. Please stay vigilant as you continue your night shifts and report any and all suspicious activity to a Hamlin Happiness Protector immediately.
Wait, so were we playing through... Willow! 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 Remind, no family photos allowed in employee cubicles. Time killers are guilty. Criticism is necessary. Take it cheerfully. When you listen, you learn. I don't know. I kind of like the face that this guy has and the face that this lady has makes it sound like this is middle manager talking about shit. He has no idea what's going on. And her that just knows whatever he's saying is bullshit. That's the eye again. 6 eyes. Oh God, teamwork. A team that is not focused on results fails. Christ. June, B. Jake, B. Cow. Put that down for now. Bear. Oh, an access card.
Where will you take me?
Didn't it just say... Just had something, didn't it? Project review. Carla. Lauren. Cheese sandwich with the plastic still on. Kite. Chain around there. Camera right there. Okay, let's see where this can take us. I'm gonna guess it's the only card swipe. Okay. Uh-oh. Kids? Flower. Dog. Door. Tree. Maybe a sun, maybe something else. Trash can. Sock. Power lines. Oh no. Okay. Doesn't look like we can interact with these switches in any way. Yeah, I'm sure this will be fine. Hey, baby. Why is there a baby? Why is there a security camera on a baby? And a baby monitor?
Ready. Begin ready to start the process.
Hi!
Jesus.
I'm Amanda.
Jesus.
And I'm Wooly.
Today, we're on a super secret spy scavenger hunt. A
Spy?
scavenger hunt is a game where you try to find all the things on a list. Come on, let's go.
Touch switches connected to life support stasis pods so they
Are
could
you
lead to
ready
death.
to
True,
start the
Knights.
hunt?
True.
Whoever finds everything wins a prize.
The first thing on our list is a purple fire hydrant.
It's right
Do
there.
you see a purple fire hydrant?
It's right there.
Good job. I see it over there. Willie,
That's the
check
same door
purple
the other
fire
that the
hydrant
thing
off
had.
our list.
The next thing on the list.
Hold on. Wasn't one of these a fire hydrant? Or am I misremembering? No. Step inside, step inside. Hello. Copper, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? You're not Ian the Store, are you? Notorious copper scam artist?
This is a door with 3 windows.
Can you help us find a door with 3 windows?
Damn,
Security lockdown protocol initiated.
that is not good.
Please remain calm. Authorized Hamlin employees should follow the security lockdown deactivation procedure if they wish to deactivate the security lockdown protocol. A reminder that if the security lockdown deactivation procedure is not followed properly, the facility security system will enter into threat disposal mode. The current threat disposal
Okay, hold on. Maybe we need to watch the whole video?
chlorine trifluoride
So,
gas.
oh no, I can't. That's table taken from Marcus. Only be handled by containment specialists. This is extremely dangerous. Hamlin is not responsible for any injuries, trauma, just no murder, death as a result from exposure to Shepard. Is it not? Wasn't this one that? Oh, I know why. Where's the door? Because the levers aren't right.
I found it! A door with 3 windows. Cross it off the list.
Okay.
Great work, super secret spy team.
Yeah, I wonder if Amanda's the
fun.
shepherd.
Okay, Willie, what's next?
It's gonna be the flower? Or the
An
sock. There's a
old
sock over there.
Sock. Gross.
Well, if it's on the list, we have to find it.
Just chilling in the
You
yard.
help us?
Alright. Old sock, old sock, old sock, old sock, old sock. Sock.
Here it is. A smelly old sock.
Oh, this is a different building. This one's square. The other one was house shaped. I could just take off one of
Okay,
mine. How old are your
what's the next
socks?
thing on the list, Willie?
A stray dog?
Do you see a nice stray doggy anywhere?
Okay. He was here.
Roger, sending someone down now.
Tell them to hustle!
Okay.
Look at this sweet puppy! We found him!
He doesn't.
This scavenger hunt is fun.
Just gonna say,
Let's
did we
see
just
what's
hear
next.
tires swerve and then a dog whimpering? Uh-oh.
Willie, what is it?
We're looking for a sparking snake.
Do you see a sparking snake around here?
I guess we're gonna play with the power lines. Chat, do you ever play with power lines? Oh my god. Drowns out all outside sounds? Yeah.
Almost there. Got it.
Through the elevator!
Damn this place.
We're not gonna make it out, are we?
Just hold on. I can.
Okay, interesting. So that was 10 years later, Jesus. This is us coming back down.
Take these and get out of here.
Why did you fall?
Go! I'll be right behind you.
I'm pretty sure that's updated. I don't remember it looking like that in the second game. Oh, wait, that says something. I can't pause it, but it says something. BDS something offline? It's like broken up, but it says something there. There's something imprinted. Doctor Strange love riding a nuke? No, Ordain just kind of is like an artillery winch with nuclear bombs. Damn, when am I gonna get a Trench Crusade TTRPG? I want to join the forces of hell in Trench Crusade. Oh, this is literally as far as I can look. Oh. Welcome to the game. I can only crank W. How did you get down here so fast? Wait, why did that close? It looked like an Adobe encode error, maybe? But it was imprinted onto the screen and now it's not there. Okay. Where's it gonna spit us out? Oh. Okay. Hee. Workstation memo. Uh-oh. To uphold a productive and focused work environment, the following is the list of our examinees and observational notes that have been taken of them. Take note of their personalities and behavioral issues. A good subject is quiet and cooperative. Utilize any means necessary to achieve the ideal working environment. Note to employees administering behavioral treats. Refrain from supplying too many treats that involve sugar, as this seems to exacerbate behavioral issues. XF582KP-1. Personality, stressed, aloof. Issues, stubborn and too dependent on caretakers. Behavioral trait, chocolate cake. O2, joyful and persistent. Tendency to giggle at commands until threatened. Ham and cheese sandwich. Who is fucking incentivized by a ham and cheese sandwich? Get better taste, kids. Have a like Christmas tree Little Debbie's cake or something. I'm pretty sure we could squat before, couldn't we? Personality, uptight, picky, sense of entitlement. Behavioral trait, sashimi. Really? 04, nonverbal, tactile. Subject becomes entirely non-responsive in louder environments. Behavioral trait, hamburger. 05, quiet and shy, will not listen when put in front of a television. Behavioral trait, mint chocolate chip ice cream. A child after my own heart. When I was a kid, I'd put on my little yellow footy pajamas and I'd have mint chocolate chip ice cream while watching a movie at my grandma's. There's nothing better, baby. Personality, creepy, seemingly obsessed with horses, highly talkative, especially when nervous. Behavioral trait, milk. Milk? 07, cocky, combative, subject is yet has to be kept alone. Purposely agitates employees and riles up other examinees. Behavioral trait, pizza. 08, depressed, refuses to consume daily provisions if they contain meat. Behavioral trait, salad. If subject partake in property damage, including themselves and each other, the examinee, overseer on shift will be reprimanded. Oh. Was it you? Okay, maybe he was. I don't know. Gables. Those are the boxes. Those are the puzzle boxes. They built the puzzle boxes. There's the location that's from the first game. Chimpkin? Chimpkin. Oh, you're another puzzle. Need help, dial 91111 in case of emergency.
91111. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Okay. 4-digit number lock. Lauren, Carla. No, the cheese sandwich is gone now. Cat. All the coffee here. The mouse being flipped over. Call mom? Check level 8. Screws. Water. No family pictures. Put it back. Oh no! Oh no! Oh God! Okay, we'll just leave it there. Where did I put the tape? Okay. Okay, I think we're fine. I think the fish is gonna be fine. Oh boy, my favorite children's show. I didn't know I was clicking on the fish.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Amanda, look at all the candy. Don't you just love candy?
Yeah, I guess. Lily, does it seem kind of hazy in here to you?
Nope.
It's me, Gladys the Clown.
Candy.
It's another beautiful sunny day in our beautiful sunny neighborhood.
Okay.
What? It's so dark and cloudy out there.
And it's even more beautiful because we're going to have a little treat. A little treat. It's good to eat. Oh, yes. We'll have a little...
It's a possum!
Great. This guy. Well, are you going to try to eat my ear or something, you weirdo?
Is that different kinds of candy? Here, we'll
Wooly,
wait and see.
stop. Something's wrong. Look at him. He's so sad.
One. Babbling sadly.
Hey, little guy.
Is there anybody like that
Are
that
you
does that
feeling
here?
lost? Me too. You know what, though? I want to help you feel better. When your friend is sad,
He has what? He
how
has
do
five.
you
He has
cheer them up?
5 inputs on Blabbo. Wait, what did she say? Candy.
Oh, you must have read my mind.
Candy.
How about it, little friend? Do you want to pick out a treat? You can have anything you want.
Okay.
Friend, we barely know this freak.
Can't make up your mind? You know, I always love gym bugs. But sometimes you need to stop and think about your options.
3.
Now would be a good time to pause.
I'm nervous. Okay, hold on. We're getting the book for this one. All right. Because we needed the books for the last 2 of this, so we're going to need it again. All right. What book? My notebook. I have a notebook for when we do puzzle
Step
games.
back.
No. Not like that.
What about you, Wooly?
Okay, that's probably fine.
What's your favorite?
I'm not really in the mood for candy, Amanda.
Oh, come on, Wooly. Do you like Louisville
Yes, like
turtles?
I keep
Or
notes because
how
these games
about
kind of
walnut
require it.
joys?
Walnut Joy. Joy in all caps. And then... Wait, are these names? Louisville. All right, pause. It just makes me leave. I don't think these are fully relevant yet. We can make it through the video. That's why I'm writing. You also see. Oh, you can barely see it.
I'm more of an ice cream guy.
Ooh, hell yeah, ice cream.
Suit yourself.
You can kind of see the pause button that's over here. When it glows yellow, it means there's something important on screen.
Aw, he can't reach it. He's so cute.
Yeah.
What is he
Just
trying to
adorable.
reach? The pink things up top?
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help him reach?
Oh, he's obviously reaching for this one.
He's trying so hard. Help him, Wooly. I think he found something he likes.
Whoop. Mr. Kara Melbar. Okay.
Come on, Wooly, help him.
How, Amanda? I'm not strong enough to lift him.
Also, does anybody remember the
Get
June
on the
Bugs one?
ground.
Did the June Bugs one
What?
have
Get on the ground.
Amanda, are you serious?
Get
to replace
on
Wooly with sheep go rounds? Listen.
ground.
Okay, he did want the pink ones.
I thought I was your sidekick, not a step stool. Ew, strawberry chews?
In a bag, that thing? There's nothing unique like the other ones, but here, we'll just write them down. Okay. They do kind of sound
They're
nice.
the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been?
Are they like, well, they're chews, so is it a bag of like... Also, hold on. Ad break's gonna start any second, so we're gonna pause real quick. And right, okay, yeah, ad break's stuck on starting soon. I need to run and flip over my laundry because I started doing laundry before stream started and I need to go put it in the dryer. And I'm gonna go nibble on some trail mix. So I will be back in a minute. I'm also gonna adjust my size. God damn it, I'm scrolling up a little bit more. Is that better? That's a little bit better. All right, I'll be back in a little bit, guys. All right. Don't do it, Sunstar. Don't do it. Had to make sure. Literally just walked back in. All right. Also, yeah, rind is a word, which is apparently not for words sometimes. All right. Not you. Music's done. All right, back to being getting scared by a preschooler. Okay. So hold on. How many do we have? Okay, we have 5 candies.
I'll pick out my own candy, thank you very much. And
Maybe
I
it could
can
be the
reach
number
it
of
by
capitalized
myself.
words.
Here, how about some Jake and Blake's? Yeah! Or some cattails?
Okay. Actually, all of them are capitalized. But then they also mentioned Jake and Blake's. Mike and Ike's, anyone? Okay.
Yeah! Or maybe you would want some Mighty Samsons.
Okay. Just in case, I'm writing these down.
Wow. Feel better now?
No, yeah, actually, I kind of do.
I guess sometimes you need.
Hold on, that's 2 Louis. 1 Mr. Caramel Bar. 2 Strawberry Chews. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 6? But where's the Walnut Joys?
Need more than just a little treat to cheer you up.
Okay. So let's see. Let's do some of the numbers that I have.
3, 2, 4,
Nope, that's not it. Cancel.
3, 2, 1, 2, 5.
Okay, maybe we'll try 6. 3, 2, 1, 2, 6.
3, 2, 1, 2, 6.
No. Okay, we did something wrong. Also, good lord, what is this painting? Oh, fuck. It's the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Wasn't this supposed to be all children in the village? Why are these all girls? Okay. I thought that the Jossie.
Better. When your friend is sad, how do you cheer them up?
What's a 6-letter word? Candy's the obvious answer, but if it has 6 slots, that means it's something else. 6-letter word. We'll probably find something later and maybe we can come back to it. Kisses? Maybe? Sometimes it's completely irrelevant. It could be irrelevant to the question and it's supposed to like rouse a reaction out of one of the characters. Treats?
Oh, you must have read my mind.
It didn't even let me put in the 6-letter.
How about it, little friend? Do you want to pick out a treat? You can have anything you want.
Hold on a second. No, none of these are 6 letters. So it has to be something else. Fish. I'm pretty sure there's also a hermit crab in there. I just can't get to it. June bugs. Jake and Blake's. Kara. Kathy. Louisville. Blake J. Willow. There's nothing for Willow.
Friend, we barely know this freak.
Bugs. But some...
Okay.
Times you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a choice.
Okay.
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help him reach?
What if I click another one?
No, I don't think he wants the candy on that shelf.
Okay.
He's trying so hard. Help.
Okay.
Come on, Wooly, help him.
How, Amanda? I'm
Three,
not
four,
strong
five,
enough to
six,
lift
seven,
him.
8.
Get on the ground.
Could it be the number of capital letters? Yes, it just came out today, Goopy. Literally like 2 hours ago. It could be the number of capital letters.
They're the worst. Plus, who knows where your paw has been? Cattails!
Okay, let's try that actually. So, June bugs. 2 capital letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think Walnut Joy is irrelevant. So then Louis would be 5. Cars would be 4.
4.
Strawberries is 2.
2.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Was that not it? Wasn't that a different sound from the other ones? Yeah, that's the wrong thing. The computer's on. Oh, the computers are on. Oh. 0. Barry. Barry S? But why? Do I try putting the code in again? So it was 25428.
2, 5, 4, 2, 8.
Wait, isn't that what I put in? Two, 5, 4, 2. Is Kara? Yeah. This is Kara. But that's all of these are. Jake. And then Blake is over here. So Jake and Blake's. Louie, Bill. Kathy T. But the one on this side, at least, that had a different screen was this one with all the apples. And it gives me a 0. Can't... interact in any other way. Yeah, that turned on... It turned on all of the computers, but then I interacted with one, and now the others are off. But what does Barry? Because Barry didn't have a candy. Was there a Samson? Maybe we try and keep playing it.
Yeah! Or maybe you...
Motherfucker, were you just looking at me? Zero. Maybe the screen types don't mean anything. What if we put them in order? June. 8. Jake and Blake's 4. Kara 3. Kathy is 9, but I don't think we have anything for Kathy. Louise are 6. Jake and Blake's are 4 and 1. And then Willow, for some reason, is 2. Could absence of salad be candy? I don't know. Wait a second. We have 8 stalls here. 0, 8, 4, 3, 9, 6, 1, 2. We're missing 5. But out of all of these, the only ones relevant that show up in the video are June, Louie, Kara. Wait, there wasn't a Joy, right? Okay. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking it is, because we have 5 digits that could be relevant, that have numbers and were in the video. Okay, let's see. 863.
863.
And I'm gonna say
4 1.
okay. Okay. Hold on. There wasn't a 0. It was 1 through 8. Yeah, it was 1 through 8. I think it is for the clown, but maybe in order? I'd be Googling a guide. The thing is, this game's 2 hours old. Nobody's put out a guide yet. I do remember at times when we wanted to get the like 100%, we would sometimes find guides. But I don't really want to do that when like we're playing literally just after its launch. Step inside, step inside. Yeet Hunter, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Get good internet? No, there's probably one out there. There's probably like one of the preview journalism companies that have already put out a guide. But hi, Cora. That's the thing is, I don't think there is. The fact that the cloud is still here, though, in every game, when the puzzle is like centralized, it means you're not done with it.
9 1 1 1 1. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Games journalist incompetence is a contradiction. I guess they probably do it with multiple people, or they figure it out like as a team and then they put guides out on it. But okay, hold on. Okay.
Better. When your friend is sad, how do you cheer them up?
Penis. What would be fish? Fish. We didn't have a 6-letter name, right? Hold on. Willow. Willow.
Wow, and that really makes them feel better. Okay. One thing that usually cheers me up is having a little treat. How about it, little friend? Do you want to pick out a bugs? But sometimes...
Okay, so June. June was 8. I just hear a voice. Hello?
you need to stop and think about Joyce.
Joy and Louise. So we know Louise is 6. But... we'll see. There's no Joy in here, so...
He really wants some candy. Which shelf should we help
We
him
aren't in
reach?
June, we're in November? That's just what they're called.
He's trying so hard.
Okay. I don't think this one is relevant to this puzzle.
Cattails!
Also don't think this one is relevant to this puzzle. I think Joy is going to be 5. Since we don't have a name for Joy.
Yeah!
There's no Joy. No, there's no candy at people's desks. There's only like coffee is basically the only thing that some people have. Treats listed? I don't think they are. At least not right now. Because they're chocolate cake, ham and cheese, sashimi, hamburger milk, mint chocolate chip. Although, Wooly did mention that he likes ice cream over candy. Could be relevant. Will not listen when put in front of the television and quiet and shy. The big note, the report? Which one? Was that Franklin on the side of that train? Well, it's like bootleg Franklin. Assignment of mortgage. Unfilled out. Assignment of mortgage. Uh. Can't pick up any of the others. Okay, the one on the wall. Okay. Okay, that's not it. Mm.
8, 5, 6, 3, 0.
Pick up all the stuff to Hoover. Listen, I don't think like how cracked the walls is and stuff. I don't think there's anybody here. I think these cameras aren't actually working. Oh, son of a bitch, dude. Don't know who Joy is. I wonder, could they combine Jake and Blake's? Could you combine Jake and Blake's? Of the Joy candy? Walnut Joy. We happy few here? What do you mean? The Joy? True. Yeah. Well, I don't think it was to forget, was it? Wasn't it to like... Wasn't it more to like basically cloud over all of the residents' minds so that they thought they were happy? And that everything was better than it actually was? Okay. 1, 2, 3. How do we figure out who Joy is? Why would they make Joy so relevant? And then not have her involved there. I don't want to have to go look up. This is like, we're basically still in like the prequel. We haven't even gotten, I don't think, to like the meat and potatoes, and we're already stuck. And I'm so confused. The numbers from the candy names? There weren't any numbers in the names. The thing is that we've already done the like number of Joy, Louise, Kara. Cattails. Joy, Louise, Kara. But there was no other capitalized names. There was only 3. Why? Why? Just start mashing buttons easy? I don't know. Hi, Pinky. Check level 8. Where did I get 3 from? Kara. Oh, I made up the 5, thinking that maybe it's the one number that's not here because Joy's not here. 8563. I genuinely don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm too stupid. Wait, somebody already has a full game walkthrough out? What the fuck? Okay. Do I dare look? I'm gonna dare to look. Okay, no, this is the demo. This is from 4 months ago. Yeah, so the demo is only basically what people have out right now. No, they're doing the demo and calling it a full playthrough. Chat, what are we missing? Work with me, chat. Work with me. I need help. I'm so confused.
Better. When your friend is sad, how do you cheer them up?
Not one clue, Candy.
Bugs. But sometimes you need to stop and think about your options. Now would be a good time to pause.
I'm just as lost, I won't lie. Thing is we've already used the number of instances of the candy. That was how we got it the first time. And it made... I saw you, motherfucker. I saw your ass. It made noises whenever we did it, and then I think the computer screens came on at that point. Or maybe they were always coming on as we did the film. You know what? We're gonna test something. 8. So hers the only... June is the only one that's on.
And step back,
Skip.
Joyce.
Pause. Joy Louise. Why is Kara's already on? Could Barry count as Joy? Is it a pattern 4x4? I was also thinking, but no, we need 5 digits. Yeah, we could do that. Hold on a second. Why does hitting berries turn them all off? It's because it seems like berries turns off every single one that's turned on but not activated. Nothing. Maybe. No,
He
Hayla,
really
we're
wants
struggling.
some
I
candy.
don't have a big
Which
bringing
shelf
enough. I
should
am
we
too
help him
stupid.
reach?
Hold on. What happens if we click?
No, I don't think he wants the candy on that shelf. I guess he doesn't want that candy.
I can't click the ice cream machine over there.
He's trying so.
Hmm. Okay. 3480. And none of these are on.
Cattails!
Of course. Fuck, dude. Fucking cat's on the screen, dude. And the strawberries on his screen. Oh my god. Okay. So, June 8th. Walnut Joy. Joy. Okay, hold on. The family. Joy. This is Joy. One, two, three. And then the others have specific names. So, wait, I have these out of order. There we go.
8, 2, 6, 3.
What? June bugs. June's 8. Joy, family Joy, 2. Lewis, 6. Kara, 3. Strawberries, 0. Cattails, 9. That's 6. Hi, Anna. Let's try. No. I have a curiosity thing. Hold on a second.
Better. When your friend is sad, how do you cheer them up? Wow, and that
Okay.
really makes them feel bugs.
So that's the generic answer.
But
That's fine.
sometimes Joyce. He really.
So let me go check something. So these should be reset. Oh, or they can be completely off. Interesting.
Really wants some candy. He's trying so.
I do still have them written in order. I have Junebugs,
Come on,
Walnut
Willie,
Joy,
help him.
Louisville's,
How, Amanda?
Caramel Bar.
I'm not strong enough to lift him.
Maybe we could dismiss the
Get
Caramel
on
Bar
the ground.
because she never says it.
They're the worst.
Let's try that.
Cattails.
Let's try that. So if we disregard the one that fell off, then we get 826.
8, 2, 6, 0, 9.
Motherfucker. Okay, hold on. Two, 1, 6, 9. Did you try Booby? Shut up, you fucking dorks. The thing is, we can only put 5 digits in. Do we try to force more, maybe? Or try swapping the 6 into 2? Okay, yeah, we can... Oh no, that's all 6 again. Do I dare?
8, 0, 0, 8. 5. 8, 0, 0, 8, 2.
Here, maybe we can put in all 6.
8, 2, 6.
Mm-mm-mm-mm.
3, 0. 9, 1, 1, 1, 1. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet names, if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Just to work out the stupid puzzle. The thing is, this probably also won't be the only time we get stuck in this game, because we get stuck in these games all the time, but I love this game so much.
8, 6, 3, 0, 9. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice-cold prize is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Lewis. Go get 'em!
Isn't that what we just put in? I was gonna say, isn't that... Huh? Oh, okay, this fell over. Hello? Respect your coworker. Office refrigerator etiquette. Do. Close the refrigerator door once you are done. Confirm that the refrigerator door is closed. Clean up any mistakes. Don't. Take food without permission. Let me put him back on. I don't want to lose him, so we're gonna put him here. That's a big coffee cup. Coffee maker. It is a crab tank, but the fish was in the pond. I'm pretty sure that's where we pulled him out of. Hermit crab. Oh. Yeah, these are the foods for all 8 of them. But where do we put them? What came out of the clown's tongue? It's basically just a note. It's a note that just says the code. This is the code that we put in. 86309. And these are all the treats. See, there's the sashimi, burger, chocolate cake, milk, salad, cheesecake, or no, sorry, cheese sandwich, milkshake. I think that one's irrelevant. And the steak is irrelevant because then there's pizza and there's the thing. If I take pizza, can I go put it somewhere? Nothing for the drawer. Okay. But I don't have like a definitive place to put it. Eight 86309. So, real quick, let's get those names down. So this is basically just reverse engineering. I don't think we need to do it that part again. That's what I was thinking, but like there's no... I don't know if I just need to throw it onto their desk. But we need more information. I feel like we don't have enough information. Sense of entitlement. Tendency to giggle at commands until threatened. Stressed, aloof, stubborn, too dependent on caretakers. On their desk? I don't think... Yeah, maybe it'll give us a different hint. Let's see.
91111. Folks who work here have some pretty sweet
it's the
names,
same one.
if you ask me. Makes me hungry for some candy.
Wonder what that is. 13, 15, 21, 23, 28, 39?
Eight, 6, 3, 0, 9. That's it, kid. Now the only thing between you and your ice-cold prize is Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Lewis. Go get 'em!
Kathy Berry. One more time.
3, 0, 9. That's it, kid. Now the only thing we can
Yeah,
do
this, I was gonna say, he's saying 4 different names though, and they have different numbers on them.
Kathy, then Barry, then Kara, then Lewis. Go get him!
Okay. So, Kathy. Car we know is 3. Lewis is... You do need Barry. Barry's 0. And then Kathy and Lewis. 6. Kathy is 9. 9036. Yay! Amusement park. Work in progress. Okay. Real quick. All right, kids. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh my God.
Hi, I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. So is he just going to be here all the time now, or...
Well, yeah, it's a work in progress.
You're silly.
I just love the amusement park.
It's just the way like the mouths aren't
Do you
like fully
remember all the
synced.
times we've ridden roller coasters and bumper cars together? Remember? Just you and me.
Yeah, Wooly. But I think there were other
What was the answer?
times
It was the names that he gave
I
us.
was here with someone tall. I wish I could remember. I can almost see his face.
Integrity and
You know
determination.
what?
I was beating my
do
head against a brick
remember
wall.
My favorite way to start a trip to the amusement park. The
Popcorn
carousel.
stand. We always get a box of popcorn as soon as we get here, remember?
I don't know, Wooly. I think I went to the carousel first when I was here with the tall man.
Come on, Amanda. Let's go.
No, wait, Wooly. I need to pause and think about this. Maybe you can help? Should we go to the carousel or the popcorn stand?
Okay, we're definitely gonna have to play this twice to see what different things are. We're gonna go with the carousel first.
No, I think we started the day somewhere else.
Or that can happen.
Amanda, if you're feeling uncertain, I can tell you where to go.
What if we
No,
keep clicking on the
I
carousel?
want to figure this out.
Interface disappeared.
Wow, you're really no help at all.
Closed for repairs. Okay.
Let's go get some popcorn.
Are you sure you don't want to go ride a ride first?
I mean, if you're gonna get popcorn, then you have to eat all the popcorn before you get on the ride.
Something just doesn't feel right. I need some time to think.
Oh, okay. We got slides. Amanda, Wooly, and CS. Why is the possum referred to as CS? Amanda, Wooly, and CS enjoying the carousel. The trio snacking on small bags of popcorn. I have an idea. Okay, hold on. Nope. Okay. Here, let's go back. We'll wait for the...
Maybe you can help?
Yeah, wait for it to
Should
get
we
stuck.
go to the carousel or the popcorn
Oh,
stand?
ad break. All right, hold on a second, chat. We'll pause it there, and then we can test what I'm thinking when we come back, and I will give you the word game. Yay, I've had time. And then we'll do music. And I'm going to go finish that trail mix, because I almost finished it during last commercial break, but did not. So I'm going to go take a couple more handfuls of that, and then I'll have to throw it away. I will see y'all shortly. Don't burn anything down. That's illegal. All right. Sorry, chat. I got distracted playing with Coco. Because she kept rolling over right on top of my feet. And I was like, all right, fine, I'll pet your belly, you little lard ass. That's my baby. That's my baby. I could see her feet. As soon as I started talking to y'all, she went back under the bed and her foot sticking out the back. All right. Let's turn the music down just a bit. Okay. Playing with Goku is number one priority. True. True. All right. Let's get back to this. Chat, are you doing okay? Do we need to do a lurk check? Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Dark Carnival. This is your ringleader checking in to see if you're still here, active, alert, and awake. If you aren't, I will find you. We have a special today on collecting hands. I'm going to make some hand biryani later, so if you don't speak up, those hands are forfeit for dinner. No? Thanks, next. Hammers the alarm off button. Hey, wait, I need those? Hey, listen, you spoke up, so you don't need to worry about it. How will you be able to type in chat? Hey, listen, if you choose not to type in chat, it's okay. You're just forfeiting your hands. If you didn't type in chat before, then you don't need to in the future, which means I'm taking those hands. Those are my hands now. I shall make better use of them. All right. Okay, so we got to the pausing, so I want to see if... Nope. Ah! Okay. Okay, I weirdly like the doodle versions of these characters because they're really cute. Okay, we'll do this one.
I can't wait to ride on my favorite carousel horse. I love the carousel. What's your favorite animal on the carousel?
Chicken. Chicken.
That's my favorite carousel animal too.
I saw the chicken on the carousel.
They're so
I always like to
funny.
ride the weird thing that's on a merry-go-round.
I rode on a carousel with someone. We laughed a lot while it went
Why does it say
round and
voice
round.
clear?
I can't remember who it was.
Probably me, your best friend.
Someone took me to the amusement park.
Within
And
Muddy?
we played all day.
Is the Durgan?
Remember.
Hey, if the Durgan's on there, I'll ride the Durgan.
Carousel is fun
But
and
I like riding the
but
goofier
we
things that are on there, like the
always start
ostrich
at
or
the
some shit.
popcorn stand, and now our whole day is screwed up. I don't even know what to do next.
I think I won a purple elephant after that. I wonder what happened to that elephant. I threw a ball really hard and I won.
Well, I guess if you want to play a game, we can. Which game do you want to play?
Good lord. Okay. So we know it needs to be... We're going to go with her memories. And she needed to throw a ball. So here to here. Takes his own approach. Why is he behind the thing?
Yes, I threw a ball and knocked down milk bottles. Let's go.
I was gonna say, there's a lot of alternatives here that I'm kind of curious about.
Doesn't look like anybody has played this game in a long time, Amanda. I think you were wrong about being here.
There's the purple
Maybe
elephants.
We should go do something else.
No, I'm sure it was this game. See? There's the elephant I won.
You won that crummy old thing? Why would you even want that?
I don't know.
That's the thing is we don't know.
I know I played this game and someone
Lucian,
reached up.
was she
and
starting to seem more like a
took down
prisoner,
purple
and maybe
elephant,
Wooly
and
is
it was my favorite toy
something
back
else or
at-
someone else?
At my house.
We don't have any toys like that at the house.
No, at my other house.
Hey, let's
It's
go have
starting to
some
seem like they
fun.
wipe
Come on,
kids'
I'll race you
memories
to the
and then
ride.
put them into these shows or videos or something. No.
Oh, I remember a ride. I went high up in the air, and then down, down, down really fast.
Okay, that's
I
definitely the
felt
roller
like I was
coaster.
flying. At first, I didn't want to get on the ride. But I remember someone telling me that I didn't need to be afraid. When I got on, I was so nervous that I thought I was going to cry. But by
I'm
the
curious
time
what
the
happens
ride
though
was
if it'll
over,
even let you
I
choose the
was
other places.
and laughing, and he gave me a hug and told me that I was so brave for trying something
Go do new
new.
things, Chance. Go do new things.
It was
If the
probably
toddler in the
me,
horror video
your
game
best friend.
can do new things, you can do new things. Go eat new food.
I
Go have
don't
new
think it was
experiences.
you, Willie.
Me yelling at chat
It
every
was
day. Get on the
someone
roller
else.
coaster! Quit your
Someone
screaming!
I really cared about.
You don't care about me?
No screaming, Ordain.
Someone I really missed.
I will not venture outside of my comfort zone. How could you?
You miss someone
How
too,
could you?
don't you? Maybe going on the ride I remember will cheer us up. I don't remember which one it was though. Can you help me remember which ride I went on?
God, the limb sync is scaring me. Okay. This is gonna give us all 4? It is. Okay. Boop. 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 It seems like it really is just kind of putting it wherever I tell it to go. Roller coaster here. Can I like move these? I don't think I can. I feel like I may have put too far apart. Is old and rickety also, is that a shark at the bottom with his mouth open? No, shut up. Don't look at it. He gets shy if you make eye contact. Reformat in progress. Please hold. Your type is no longer compatible with this device. Please insert tape into compatible device. Is it done? Did we just complete the tape? Oh no. What the fuck? Oh, I can't tell what's in there. There's the light bulb. Hold on. Okay, those are going to be relevant for something. Okay. Okay. Legitness, not legitness. Got some Ray-Bans. I got the cheap Ray-Bans.
A long time ago, a tall man and a little girl went to an amusement park. He lifted the little girl onto a carousel animal and stood next to her.
It's that
As she
chicken!
went round and round, the little girl smiled and laughed. After they
We also
rode
don't have
the
a pause button for
carousel,
this one.
they played games together. The man said it was funny when she stuck her tongue out to concentrate on throwing a ball to make the milk bottles fall down.
My sister used to
Maybe
do
she looked
that.
funny, but she still won. After that, the man told the little girl that she was tall enough to ride on the roller coaster now. At first, the little girl didn't want to go. It looked too high up and too scary. But the man told her that being scared can be fun, and that we don't know what we can do until we try.
makes the animation
The little
cruddier.
girl
I don't know if
decided
it's,
she
I would say
could be
cruddier.
brave.
Like, this is a different kind of
She
angle
got
than
on the
before.
ride and held her breath while the cart climbed up and up and up. Suddenly, it was racing down, down, down. It went so fast, she felt like her tummy had butterflies
It could have been.
in
That's what I'm
it.
thinking.
The little girl had never felt like that before.
It could be her dad too, because her dad is looking
She
for her.
laughed
I'm
and
pretty sure the person we
laughed.
played in the prologue of this
When
was
the
her
ride
dad.
was over, the man hugged her and said he was so proud of how brave she was.
I don't think they're divorced. I think the
And
mom
then
died,
the
but I
little
don't remember. I
girl
can't remember for
felt
sure.
that she could do just about anything.
I can't remember for sure.
Because her daddy said she could.
Oh, 75820. Are we uploading it? Healthy food helps us grow. Can I, like, put on the glasses? Nope. Wait. I hold this. Can kind of sort of look through them. Is it the monster? Or is that a person? Oh, I can't tell. I'm kind of using them like they're fucking goofy hidden secret glasses or something. Here with them on the counter with fish. All right, new tape time. Tape. Anyway, I have an idea, but I don't know for sure. I'm sure that's fine.
Hi, friends.
Hold on, freeze. Clock time. 9 o'clock? Okay.
I'm Amanda.
And I'm Wooly. Hey, Amanda, can I have it?
You're done?
How about if I call you Chicken Scratch?
That's why it's called CN.
Amanda.
CS, sorry,
can I
CS.
have a chef
Today, we're in a very important place in the house. It's where you get everything your tummy needs to help you grow
It could
up
be
big
Jordan.
and strong.
Yeah, it could be Jordan.
We're here because I'm teaching my friend all about the healthy habits we can start when we're little.
But I already know all that stuff, Amanda.
Yeah, but the viewers
Not
don't,
you,
Wooly, so shut the
silly.
fuck up.
My new friend.
Oh, well, maybe I can help teach him?
Sure, I guess. But wouldn't you know it? I just ran out of chef hats.
That's okay.
I don't remember a Jordan in the previous games.
Okay. First up, there are 4 food groups. A milk group, a meat group, a vegetable and fruit
The milk group is
and a bread
propaganda.
and cereal group. You want to make
Thanks,
sure you
dairy
get plenty
industry.
from each group. Well,
Drink our milk,
except the milk
so we can
group.
keep producing
That
more,
one's bad
so we
for
can
you,
make more milk,
stay
so the government
away.
has to keep buying our milk, and then they have to pay for the food group chart that says you're supposed to eat a lot of dairy. Yes! Anyway. Wait, what did he just eat? The fuck is that?
You can't stop now. You need to finish your plate.
You
Correct.
want to be in the Clean Plate Club, don't you? Don't you think he should finish his food?
Yes, eat your food. Hold on. Okay. All my homies hate Big Dairy, correct. It looks like that's the only thing we can click on here.
Clean Plate Club! Clean Plate Club! Clean Plate Club! Clean Plate Club! Clean Plate Club!
It's just gonna sit there, buddy. It's not like you just poured a glass of like a liquid
Being in
into
the
the
Clean
into the
Plate
thing.
Club is the best way to build a healthy relationship with food. But Wooly, your food groups sound really old-fashioned. What are you, an old man? Everybody knows that foods are mostly divided by colors.
Who does
There's
that?
the pink food group, the blue food group, the green food group.
You could eat an entire cake, but you couldn't finish the plate.
Oh yeah, and the dessert food group.
Amanda, food groups aren't divided by color.
I mean, he's
What
right.
about the meats, the vegetables, the milk
Until you're
group?
full is the healthy. Yeah, the eating till you're full is the healthiest relationship with food, which is usually why you hold on. Which is usually why the best way to do it is to have appropriate portions on your plate. Have the appropriate portions on the plate, so when you finish the plate, you know you're done. That should be the amount of food that you should be eating is the amount that you understand would fill you up on a plate. Granted, of course, if you've ever been to a buffet and you know what I'm about to say, you've seen the people that like will just hoard, just like pile high on a plate. I have a pizza slice in my hand. Listen, pizza has a lot of the food groups in it. It's fine.
Is every
There's
day,
worse things to eat than
and
pizza.
sometimes fish.
Don't forget
Are
the milk
those
group.
fruits?
You can have a little bit of milk at every meal.
Do not drink
on
milk
now.
at every single meal. It's good for calcium when you're growing up. It's terrible once you're adult. It's
Biggest rule
basically just
about
sugar.
healthy eating is that you
Because they
can't
sweeten
get
the
up
shit out of it.
until you finish all your food.
What are these
Well,
diagrams,
you're going
dude?
to sit there until you're done, mister.
Hold on, is there anything behind me? Still no. Are you telling me it took several days? Oh my god, they killed him. Is making them overeat? It could. It could, depending on the amount that you were putting on your kid's plate, Lucian. You need to understand the appropriate amount of food that a child should be eating, which is part of the parent's responsibility. And you give them an appropriate amount of food with the expectation that finishing the food on their plate would equal them being full. Calcium is good for the bones, but the thing is, you don't really need a lot of calcium once you reach adulthood. A lot of other foods provide more calcium than milk. Which one? The one before that. Restaurants don't serve child-appropriate portions even with their children's meals. That's an American thing. Thing is, too, is it's not the worst thing in the world to not finish your meal. If you decide that, like, it's more like whole plate or less is better. Whole plate or less is usually the appropriate area, but it's increased portions on a single plate that usually can result in overeating. Give more vitamin C than oranges? Ooh, I did not know that. I do know tomatoes are delicious when you grow them yourselves. I did not know they had more vitamin C than oranges. Legion is nonsense. For the skeleton, Legion is nonsense. It's a goofy little thing. But again, there's better sources of calcium for you to have than dairy milk. And dairy milk is so heavily sweetened nowadays, and with like a lot of fat in it, you really don't want to be drinking a glass of milk every single meal. And I say that as someone that grew up being forced to drink a glass of milk at least every dinner. And then I would probably have one at lunch because school. Kind of the reason why if you eat 2 or 3 cherry tomatoes in the morning, it wakes you up with the same energy as an orange. Oh, huh. Yeah, I like that tub of Ben and Jerry's in the freezer. Listen, Ben and Jerry's is pretty good. It's a treat. It's a sweet treat. It's not something you need to be eating or drinking every single meal. Was those plushes you dose in milk? What? One more time. Try that one more time. I will drink milk. You can drink milk if you want. I just, again, recommend moderation with it. Pop is terrible for you. This is the best. Oh, wait, shit. This is the best thing to cut out. Yes, I like soda is something you can completely drop and you will literally only lose negatives. Drink it all the time until my doctor flipped out over my blood work came back. Dude thought I was having thyroid problems with milk or soda. There's literally like no upside to soda other than it tastes good. They like everything about soda is bad for your health. Pretty close, unless you have like the thing where like if you have a headache or something and you drink like ginger ale, apparently ginger ale helps. But I would consider ginger ale a little different than the average soda like Coke, Pepsi, Dr. Pepper. I have a bowl of milk as the liquid part of my breakfast. Is there cereal in this bowl? Is there cereal in this bowl? Switch out the fizzy chase is what I've done. Switch out the fizzy chase. Haven't looked back since. I very rarely drink soda. And like I've mentioned it before, I only ever drink soda when I go to the movie theater. And that's a maybe. Sometimes I just get fruit punch.
See
Oh,
what
I missed what that was.
when you don't clean your...
Oh, I was gonna write the time down. That's what I was doing. 6:25.
plate.
Hey, it's time for lunch. Let's make a healthy meal.
He just ate 2
For
meals.
a healthy lunch, your plate should be about half box food and a quarter round food. The rest of your plate should be a mix of fish and grains.
What the fuck is box food and round food? Huh? So it takes the edge off the telling phrase of an addict? Correct. Talking about that round meal.
And as much milk as possible.
Listen, Woldy, if you're a dairy industry propagandist, you just gotta tell us. You legally have to tell us that you were supported by Big Dairy. Are you part of the Got Milk campaign? What's the deal here, Wooly? Who has a glass? That's a flower vase. You used a flower vase. Wooly, come on, dude. Wait, there's a soda and a meal now? What do you mean? You've never had box food? Listen. I'm confused in the insinuation here of what box food versus round food is. Last night we let the round food talk. Let them gobble down milk. That's too much milk. They put the whole gallon of milk in that glass. For one Big Dairy on this here stream. Oh my God.
It makes you strong.
Of course, you can add whatever seasonings you want to your food.
Sriracha.
What seasoning should we use?
To milk? She's holding some kind of fruit. Okay. We have a lot of options here. Do you think if we tell him to take the lemon, he's gonna put it in and it's gonna curdle the milk? Or do we just make him put the sriracha in? Because then I bet he's gonna do like a goofy little spicy bit. Oh no. Also, wait. I just looked at the chart in the background. Also, the shadow on... The shadow under Amanda's nose is doing her no favors right now. Chat, turn your head a little bit to the side and look at Amanda out of the corner of your eye and tell me what you see. I say we add Pepsi to the milk. Oh no. I'm not the only one, right? Oh no. Let's do the citrus. I want to see what happens. Amanda.
Is it good?
Don't you want your milk? The milk group is the most important food group.
No, the fuck it isn't. Wooly. Who made this? Who made this children's show?
Come on, little guy. Just give it a try.
The most important food group is arguably protein. Whatever protein source you get it from.
Hey, stop it!
I'm just trying to teach him to take care of himself.
Well, I don't like it.
He has to listen.
No, he doesn't.
You're being a big bully. Leave him alone! You're not the boss around here.
77301. Where'd my other one go? Oh! Okay, I'm curious. Maybe we can punch these in because we still haven't used the other one. 75820.
7, 5, 8, 2, 0.
Hey Barry, it's Kara here. I got your message about the video archive. I'm trying to remember what the code for that folder box was. I thought I'd written them all down for you before I left. If my little trivia brain is correct, that one was the year and month that the keyboardist from was born. So 43-7. If that's not it, you know how to reach me though. Any word on further layoffs? I heard the initial sweep had something to do with the Colton family. Hard to know for sure. We should catch up sometime when you're free. Anyway, keep following the fun, buddy. Alright, bye.
Listen to a conversation you're not supposed to. Oh, it's a secret tape. Oh boy. Okay. Okay, hold on. We'll look at that in a second. 77301.
7, 7, 3, 0, 1.
Members of the curtain. The following is a collection
The
of
curtain?
observations. I hope that they will prove useful in addressing the increasingly lethal presence. In Amalur's first appearance, there have been a number of injuries and deaths on the team, immediately increased unpredictability in the Colton assets' performing reality as Amanda. Numerous incident reports off-script and even directly threatening person. Mountain stewardship continues to have an overall calming effect, markedly diminished.
Mountains?
It must be done to curb her behavior, stabilize the connection. After examining security footage, I've noted a pattern. Often, These episodes frequently lethal, precursed by a perceived threat to any recording containing the animated Amanda character. I have hypothesized physical destruction of the tapes weaken the Colton assets linked to the anomaly, subdue her ability to
Colton
surface responses to
assets.
external stimuli, something that should never have been possible. Only way to maintain control over the Colton asset, bringing the anomaly to heel. Testing my theories, intentional harm to the tapes, invoking the anger of the anomaly. I, however, am willing to unwavering dedication to the organization, perhaps, if I may humbly suggest, even one of higher responsibility, and ever in the shadow of the unseen, your humble witness, PR 213.
Okay. Amanda Colton? Maybe. All right, let's do the secret tape. I failed.
This footage is submitted for evidence in the audit of the security breach occurring at approximately 16:25 today, April 8th, 2003. And the events the breach appears to have catalyzed.
Okay.
The footage has been unaltered from the original
Come over
security
here.
rotation of cameras in Area A of the NT sector. This is the first sighting of subject SC-96. The absence of security personnel, HP-701, is noted for further investigation.
I'm gonna
Security
guess
personnel
that's the dad.
HP-653 is identified at his assigned post. There were no reports via radio of SC-96's breach.
I'm petting Coco. I'm sorry, chat.
PR-362 is positively identified en route to a shift change. Two members of the SIO regulatory team codes PR-213 and 187 in their assigned
Okay, so we got 213 again.
Nutrition lead NU-418 on a scheduled progress update with Mr. Wakefield. Clearances are confirmed. SIO regulatory team member PR-362 reported nothing of note as SC-96 moves behind her. SIO regulatory lead PR-734
SIO regulatory.
XF582KP02 to pediatric lab number 5 for an emotocognitive diagnostic.
Emotocognitive? What are these words? Making up an SCP foundation, apparently. No, he's not naked. He's just wearing like sports shorts.
All requirements of the scheduled shift change are confirmed to have been fulfilled.
Okay.
Both individuals confirmed as having 24/7 access to all areas in the facility and will not be questioned. Still unseen by any security
Executives.
personnel, subject SC-96 is seen here entering his daughter's room.
Why is the guard outside of the lab room?
Containment specialist CS-226 identified making a routine deposit of biomaterials to chamber NT-A3RA-002.
So what is this little white thing that was like down here in the doorway?
PR-187, replaced by PR-362, is completed without incident.
What are they monitoring? Chicken scratch? Wait, did I miss something?
Localized aggressive tremors are observed here. Preliminary investigation suggests this is the moment of inception for the Colton anomaly. Security personnel HP-653 has been cleared for the abandonment of his designated post. His response to the tremors is deemed appropriate.
Okay.
Inhabitants of the
CSW
farther areas
too?
of the NT sector reported no observation of the tremors that occurred at approximately 16:25.
Huh. So it was entirely localized. But the inception? Does that mean the dad did something?
Further investigation of this first sighting of the anomaly is necessary to understanding its characteristics and movement patterns. Reports of disturbing noises in the ceiling followed the incident. Follow-up on these reports is ongoing.
Okay. So that is Amanda. seemingly. Yeah, it's like the possum sneaking around. But I don't remember. They haven't mentioned the dad's name in this one. It was probably in the earlier one. What the fuck is that name? Spicy Gussy Bussy Pete 69? Excuse you? Gussy Bussy? Gussy Bussy Peach? Go on, show yourself. Say something. Hi everyone, how's everyone's day doing today? Oh no. All right, Spicy, you gotta explain. You gotta explain. What's the reason? What in the goddamn fuck? All right, let's keep going.
C-96's injuries were fatal. Preliminary theories point to an energy surge that overloaded the Colton asset's neuropsychic system and discharged in the form of the anomaly. Understanding of the incident is limited due
maybe
to the
it's a
lack of
psychic
direct
entity?
witnesses and the Colton asset's induced unresponsive state. Attempts to capture the anomaly are postponed until further understanding can be obtained. This concludes the security audit.
Okay. I'm pretty sure before the other games had a place to put these tapes, but here, can I put it down there? Yeah. You know what? That's fine. Stay on the floor. Okay, so what do we have right now? Well, all the food pyramid rats are dead. Oh! Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Nothing else in there. We'll leave this open then. Oh! Huh.
Don't you think he should finish his food?
Okay, let's see. Real quick. I need a new page. So purple is bread. Blue is dairy. Green is veggies. Think I'll make some tea? Listen, it's fine. And then red is meat. They weren't up like this earlier, were they? Slop. They want slop. Why is this one the only one that's moldy? Purple is red. Okay, 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 okay. Do I not get another fish? Maybe I didn't need the fish. Is that not it? Hmm. Okay, hold on. Maybe it's something. Oh, hey. Okay. Let's see. Let's wait for the next chart to show up.
The milk group.
You should be
Oh, damn it.
for a healthy lunch. Your plate should be about half box food and a quarter round food. The rest of your plate should be a mix of fish and grains.
Hmm. Cheese, fish, square, circle. Hmm. We make all the things. Cheese, fish, square, circle, fish. Okay, fine. Yeah, take the sashimi. Crackle, crackle. Oh, that works. And they're dead. Okay. Let's try something else.
And as much milk as possible.
Half square, quarter circle. Half square, quarter circle. Quarter circle. Half square would be a rectangle, wouldn't it? UV is that they didn't just eat something blended with moldy sandwich. Yeah. And it made a positive noise. I just don't know what happened. The milk? Also reset the glasses up there. Okay. JK, wait, which part? Thing is, it seems like it's also earlier where they're like standing up is when I can put stuff in there.
It makes you strong.
Of course, to your food. What seasoning should we use?
Sriracha! Just burst into flames.
Don't you want your milk? The milk group is the most important food group. Come on, little guy.
Wait. Why is that pink? And that one's painted green. And why is a cupcake and cookies in the same group as vegetables? I appear to have burst into flames. Oh dear, oh great heavens. Earlier it was a reply to get deleted and you were banned. Wait, what? No, I don't think I can burn them. That was just a goofy seasoning thing, but I just realized that these actually have, there's more stuff under them now. But why are there's a circle here and a circle here that are filled in with a color. Where's our go round meal? Good question. Is the avoid thing? Okay, that makes sense. So, no fish, no cheese, no green? Pink chocolate. We basically did this earlier though, didn't we? Chocolate cupcake cookies. Okay. Pizza. Oh, there's cheese on it. I don't think it's gonna work. Also, why does it make like the vomit noises? Do we try and do the same thing we did before? Which was meat, dairy, bread, veggies. Meat, dairy, bread, veggies. I think they were standing up fine before, weren't they?
Just give it a try.
That's the same one we already have, isn't it? Can I get a snooze of the ad break? Oh, I skipped a page. 7301. Yeah, it's the same one. Okay. Give tape. Tape go in. Skip. Pause. And see, now they're standing up. So, red dairy, veggies, meat. Meat and veggies. Dairy. Bread. Choose the hamburger instead. Okay. Maybe we have to do it in sequence.
Don't you think?
The milk group.
You should be eating a healthy mix of pink and blue foods every day. And sometimes fish.
Don't forget the milk group. You can have a little bit of...
Pink and blue group. But is it saying that pink from the other one is like the fish? You ungrateful rats. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, so or maybe do we the pink and blue mixed slushies? Listen, shut up. I want to get through this puzzle. I want to get through this puzzle today. So does know what he's talking about? Yeah. So just meat and dairy, maybe? You're meat and dairy. Can I blend you by yourself? Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And hello? Tubular? Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? Okay, never mind. I guess we're going a little bit longer. You're cuter. You're full of shit. How dare you? I'm terrifying. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Take it back right now. Right now. Take back your lies, little troll. How dare you come into my little corner of the internet and call me cute? Hi, Coco. Speaking of cute, I have a puppo here now. And you're all jealous. Every single one of you wishes your dog was as good as Coco. Step inside, step inside. The tube is full of rocks? Oh, well, I already knew that. Dino with 3 tootsies, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, the Raiders. Those of you who do not know me, my name is Maud. I'm the ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I typically play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or just whatever my little inclinations like to get into. Today we're playing Amanda the Adventure 3. I almost said 2. Because it released literally at noon when we started stream, and I have a goofy ass dog over here who demands I scratch her neck. Don't plop down. I can't reach you down there. Wait, no, not fair. Coco's cute. Yes, correct. That's my baby. That's my baby. And if you have 7 TV, you can use the Coco emote if you want. She's plopped on the ground and has made her neck disappear. Okay, she's back up. Quit plopping down, you goofball. I can't reach you down there. Anyway, we are currently stuck on a puzzle that revolves around the food groups. But stream was lovely though. Concept art stream went well. Decided to shoot these off to the client to see what they think, and it could bring worse. It could make this creature. Ooh. Coco, the #1 source of Coco not getting pats because she plops down. Correct. Okay, so we're on to the next section, but I mean, there's cookies and cupcakes up there. So, and it was the green one that wasn't happy. So what if we threw in you. Okay. And then.
Milk at every meal.
Come on now. For a healthy lunch, your plate should be about half box food and a quarter round food. The rest of your plate should be a mix of fish and grains.
And as much
Half box being dairy. Round food being bread. Dairy and bread. Okay, let's check if that's enough. I don't think it is. Oh, we did it! I got an achievement! A day at the beach. Beach episode? Okay.
it makes you strong.
To your food. What seasoning should we use?
Obviously, we give him salt and pepper this time. Good lord. But we don't even have this Marin Summer fit yet? Yeah, because I haven't even gotten Izzy to start working on it. I've only put $100 to it, which is about a quarter of the cost.
Come on, little guy.
No milk! All right, go over there. The next time I see that apple, oh, there it is. All right, we're gonna wrap it up here, you guys. My throat still hurts. I don't know what is going on this week. My throat keeps hurting after stream and shit throughout stream. And I want to go get Indian food, and I don't want to suscept y'all to another. Speaking of which, we'll just go ahead and snooze that just in case, so I don't have to rush the ending. And then we can swing right on. Oh, that's not the right spot. There we go. There we go. All right, chance. I want to go get some Indian food. I want some biryani. Biryani. So we need to find somebody to raid. Sonic Mania. Who is doing what? Oh no. Oh no, Momo's playing WoW. You know what? Do we? Oh god, she's playing a rogue. Oh no. Oh no. A loft. Ooh. Is anybody doing anything spooky? Any homies doing anything spooky? Oh god, I get ads. Of course I get ads. I'm really tempted to get Twitch Turbo again. I hate it. I hate having ads because Twitch ads are for fucking weirdos. I have no idea what has been going on with Twitch ads, but since I've been forced to watch Twitch ads again, they are so weird, dude. Why are they so weird? Want a drink? Just gotta go American drink him. I want to miss my mouth. Did you just splash yourself? Is that what you just did? Actually, you know what? Let's rate Ash. We haven't got to rate Ash in a long time. So if you want some spooky art, chat. Oh, it names in all caps. Guts. And the creator of some of our best emotes. Let's do... Speaking of emotes, let's do the heart emote. Here, this is for you. We found it. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow for Mage if you're going to be there at 11 a.m. over at Hectics. If not, we're also having Vampire this Sunday. Forgot about that for a second. Vampire this Sunday. Tomorrow is Mage Day. If I don't see you at either of those events, I can see you tonight at the Discord movie night that we'll do, we'll say 7 p.m. I think we're going to watch American Psycho. And then what am I forgetting? Other than that, I will see you, I believe, Monday then. We're going to be back on Monday playing this game. And I'm going to probably tucker it out and see if we can finish it. But if not, that is totally fine. Gonna mage it? Listen, sometimes you gotta mage it. But until next time, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And go give Ash some love. Her art's almost literally the best on the internet. I fucking love her. And the next thing I want to get from her is a PNG.